Hello, hello. Good morning. Nicely done. Interesting divergence with Russell pushing down, ES breaking out with NQ. See if NQ can hold above here. Pretty important. Or this will become where we absorb, trap, and then flip at this 868.80. battle line test here on NQ off of our failure to look above and hold. Just following our idea so far that this is where this area would be on ES and NQ. Watching to see if we can sustain our battle line though at 860, or if this flips and then we'll actually offer someone taking in size into 75s. Watching for offer to try to hold that. And then we need to see if we can flip 60s from that point if we're going to go down. ES looks much better than NQ here, just short term with structure. NQ looks like sell side trying to really step down. ES, we trapped at the lows there into 87s. These guys got trapped pretty aggressively into that low, with Russell getting that bid. Currently contesting our 860 battle line. A decent trap into this liquidity, but again, like we've got a lot more that needs to happen here on NQ for me to care. All these guys are offsides above, and we've got a potential lower high. Just keep an eye on this. What I'm watching for is from here at our battle line, do we put in a lower offer and then step down? To me, that's then a short. If we continue to maintain our battle line and then we can bid up, I'll be looking for a continuation if we continue to maintain that. ES, again, looks perfectly fine, especially if we can get over this 90. Becomes where we look for that bid to start to get interested. And the reason why we have a divergence here is because Russell had found a bottom, right? So ES got a little bit of a bid from that. We're just watching to see if they can step above 90 for continuation. Oh, excuse me. Or if this seller is going to be able to hold this lower high where we see this guy who's offsides and then can flip the 60s. So it's like, what happens when Russell loses this momentum that's causing this divergence with ES? If this like hits down, do we then get this follow through on NQ for the seller to then step, right? And does that then affect ES? So again, 60 just becomes like a really important level because we've already identified where sell side sits and where buy side's trying to defend here. And they continue to take in size into 55, 60. I took off my first size here from 75s. Let's see if we can go down to this 20. That's my target. Yeah. Okay. Don't know how much more we're gonna get here. We'll see. Just that look above and fail. Now pushing down into our first target. As soon as Russell lost momentum, ES was able to then also trap following NQ. But again, I don't know if we're going to get too much more here. This is just value of previous candle here into 820. Just want to be risking off some, making sure that we've secured some gains, and then we can go from there. If we can find a seller here into 45s, we can have one more leg down into 810, I think. Yeah, tag that 810 immediate liquidity. We would need to flip 810 for more. This is just ES into our previous 15. Bid found on Russell again after that slight pullback. Watching our 860, 880 again. This will let us know which way we want to go. Just literally need to step over 790 on ES for anything. We're still holding where we need, but we would need Russell follow through. Holding our zone low, needs to step over 90s for more. Full rotation here on Russell, back down to our val low and our original bid. Watch to see if we find another buyer here to double bottom, give ES that pop it needs at 790 on retest here, or if this is just going to fail and Russell starts to rotate down. No change on NQ, no ability to push above 880, still just testing our battle line. We really need to see if this ES bounce will happen with Russell here. What's up, Myth? Right now we've got this liquidity that's offsides above on ES into this high. If Russell can get this bid and then we can find this buyer here, then we're in an okay spot where this is giving us a good idea that we want to continue up. As soon as we flip over 93 from 90s, that'll be a great tell. If not, right, like it's going to be the same thing where we're going to have to wait for that look below 85s and holds with this as our catalyst then. So contesting our current pivot right now, letting us know which way we want to go. Good battle line hold on NQ so far with ES bouncing 90. You can see the bid really trying to push here on NQ at our 880 from our hold of 860. See if they can continue to build this momentum here at our 880s. Hold this edge on this look above, or if this traps again. Not looking too hot for NQ. Again, another look above and fail so far is what that's looking like to me. See if we get any follow through or if they're able to do something with it, but don't know. It's a lot of liquidity up there on that pop. There's been no change from anything we've talked about so far. We're just looking for acceptance on either side. ES still looks much better than NQ in my opinion. We are waiting for the last 2 minutes on this candle would be my assumption here, until new 15s. We've got this trapped liquidity above, we've got this trapped liquidity below, and we are just rotating in between these two participants. ES looks fine in my opinion. We're still holding where we need. There's just very clearly someone taking in size into 93s. So if we can step over this guy, then maybe we get our next leg. I don't know. But we need to trap this liquidity here and then look below and hold this 85 for any sort of short, in my opinion, on ES. Or it is still just maintaining where it needs. The thing that is weak is NQ, right? NQ, much clearer offer above our 80s. No ability to sustain. We're rotating currently between our value pivot here. What you're watching for is, again, it's the same as the original short, which is a failure to sustain, and then a very clear lower offer, and then rotation down if this is going to hold. Failure to do that, right, is going to be absorption here, and then we'll actually be able to sustain here like this for upside. Right now, you are just battling in between our zone, which is exactly why this is what it is. It is the area we are currently contesting. That is truly the battle line, right? So it is a no man's land right now while we are trying to gain or shift our auction above. So far, not doing great on NQ, right? Where the inability right now is still there to really shift this. But if we can find acceptance, it's not bad. We just need to show that acceptance. Once we do, then we can rotate up to Wednesday's value high, Tuesday and Wednesday's value high, which is what our next target shows at 950. If this continues to fail, then right, there's no shift. Our value still remains the same. We continue to be able to do nothing here, and then we would rotate back down to 820 would be my guess. So it's a really important, again, like you can see ES very clearly much more bullish here than NQ just by structure alone. And well, as well as our volume profiles. Look at how NQ is building on the day. Look how ES is building on the day. What have we done? On both, we held where we needed to, which is POC of previous session. But we are accepting and holding outside of value on ES, right? Which is a very different thing compared to NQ. So ES has already gotten the move. It's gotten the hold. It is now trying to push up with our 90 hold. Again, that looks good to me. Like I said before, NQ looks much better than, ES looks much better than NQ because Russell is oscillating, which is giving us what we need. We need to see NQ show a similar function, which is a hold of our value high here above this guy at our 890, and then bid, and then we can go up to 950, 960, which would be that target from those previous sessions. So again, if you're trading ES, that 90 pivot makes the most sense. If we fail to sustain above, then we can look down below 85s for that short. You are going to be in a kind of a painful market here on NQ while we wait this out because it's such a strong pivot and we have a very clear value shift that that needs to occur above 890. It just is what it is, right? It's what we have drawn. You're just trapped here until we can flip and hold either one of these edges. And you can see that on our 15-minute chart as well. Whereas with ES, it's doing exactly what we thought, which is holding our 90 and looking up, no failure, and look below, with Russell oscillating, following our idea, right? It's just, it is what it is. That being said, I'm going to take off my first risk here on ES into 96 just to cover with a nice little bid that we got at 790 and see if we can get some more here. Buyer at 95. I'm just going to take off one contract just to cover and then try to ride this. Let's see what we can do. Shit looks good. Things to keep in mind, Russell doing a full oscillation here. If it loses momentum again, that's why we want to take off one just in case. We need Russell follow through because NQ clearly can't do it. If NQ can start to build over 890, then we're in a good position. Until then, there's someone very clearly taking into 75 to 890. So I'm looking at my rotations on ES based off of this rotation here on RTY. It's just like very clearly oscillating in between these 2 points. So unless this shifts, I would expect another loss of momentum and then a pullback on ES because NQ clearly can't do it. The only way that we would get that continuation is if we can get above this 890, 875 area, right? And actually get that bid for NQ to step up following this pathing here. And for Russell to do something new. So ES again looks great, but we need NQ or RTY to do something new, or we should expect again another sell side to be here. And like, if it's not clear to you why one is moving and one, like if you can't tell that one of these looks better than the other, like this is why we look at the 15-minute. Like what's happening on ES on the 15 compared to NQ on the 15, right? Like there's very clearly one that's much better here. One is an inside candle after inside candle after inside candle with clear absorption into highs, whereas ES is literally just holding POC of previous candle and bidding, right? It's like very clear trend, which is why I'm saying what I'm saying. It's just like, as long as we get that hold, we're still just bidding POC of previous candle, POC of previous candle, POC of previous candle, right? As we're pushing up higher lows. Whereas again, NQ is flat at our pivot, unable to do anything. All this is doing is trapping here, or trying to trap either side, I should say, because we're not actually. So Russell lost momentum. This is that ES pullback that we were just talking about. Because of that loss of momentum with NQ weakness at the same spot, we just watched to see if Russell finds a bid here again to give us another higher low on ES. If Russell can do another oscillation move, right? So if RTY finds support into these lows, that then would then give ES that next higher low in our channel up that we're doing, where we're just bouncing POC of previous candle. If that fails here, right, then that would be a shift. And NQ, again, weakness above 880, and then push back down. We would need 860s to very clearly hold on reoffer, and then we would be looking for the same rotation down. The best short so far is when Russell loses momentum with NQ also pushing down, right? That's becomes a short. If we don't get this bid here and ES isn't able to hold the higher lows, then we have a shift. If not, then it's going to be more of the same, another rotation here. Back to our 790 on ES. Russell into lows. NQ back down to first target off of that failure. This is where we figure out if yes is serious on the flip here. Just followed our path and we already knew NQ is weak, but ES needs to flip below and hold this for me to care, or this will just be another trap, and then we'll look back up on any sort of bid above 790. No change on Russell. This is super important for NQ to figure out. Got these deltas at 810 to 825, which is what's trying to hold right now for the next leg down. They really need to defend this, these guys here, because if they fail, if sell side fails to sustain this, look at all these red deltas that are down here, right? If we get back above this, then this all becomes trapped liquidity for a rotation back up to our 880, 890 area where we already identified that absorption, right? So we're watching as we test into that, and if we can sustain here, we want to see sell side really try to hold this for a leg down if it's going to do it, right? And that's the same thing here. It's just this push like that. Failure to do anything would then just be, again, rotation to the same area again. And we want to see ES really try to find acceptance here as well. Just like just like we talked about, where this was able to hold on retest, and that would give us a really nice shift, where we would then have full market participation in a singular direction. Which is what we actually want. Good, good, good. That's a good first PT on ES from our flip. We'll see if we get a strong retest here into POC of previous candle. That was our ceiling retest. Watching now to see if we can hold this. Very clear POC here into 86. Let's see if that can hold, or if that'll be that. So this is our retest of our NQ area as well, where they were very clearly absorbing here. And they still are. Big size trying to step in as we push into that 810 to 825 guy. Currently taking in into 800s. Don't get caught too much into the lower time frame structure. Just really watch the 15. We have very clear pivots on the 15 on both that are allowing us to know where we should go. Play around that pivot instead of the individual candles on the 15 or 30-second chart. The zones of where these sellers and buyers are the important part. Are we trapping? Are we holding? Right? Are we flipping? Where are people actually participating? That is the key. So this is our push into POC of our previous candle, like we just talked about. And you can see all of the buy side liquidity it was trying here from this point. What do we want to see? Well, we want to see, again, the step in, and then the failure to sustain, and then all of that liquidity then being trapped, like we just talked about, into that high. That's how you get this next lag, is that you see a failure from buyers to sustain above, and that leads to that next leg down, which is exactly what we're talking about on the 15. Is we've already established where this seller is located, right? We have this lowercase b profile with buyers trapped off sides above, and then we have sell side who's now trying to establish aggressively at the low of this candle, right? So we have some late selling occurring after that trap. And if these secondary sellers who are trying in this lowercase b profile shape, right, fail to sustain, then this is fuel for a rotation back up. If they're able to sustain this, and then the new candle is unable to get above this distribution that was created at the end of this candle, right, which is what we're seeing right now, if they fail to actually establish above, then all of this buying that's happening in here is then going to then be offsides when we push back below that low, right? That's what we're talking about, is the understanding of where current sellers are, why we got the primary reaction. Again, these buyers offsides. We're now watching these sellers trying to defend this edge, which is why we have this zone drawn the way we do. And what we need to see is them take in size into these areas on both ES and on NQ, and then see that seller step down for that secondary offer to defend this with these guys then offsides above. That creates your secondary leg. Do you see that idea? So again, when I say watch what's actually happening and where participants are located, it's because we're watching where these deltas are in relation to our previous candle. Right? So again, we can see that right now we've got these sellers offsides at primary target on ES from our flip. We're now watching these buyers try to contest with the POC of our previous candle in our zone. If these things are going to hold, we want to see them continue to take in size here, and then we want to see them to look below, and then we want to see follow through from sellers on our delta to let us know that we're going down. If we don't see it, then there isn't a trade, right? Like it's really that simple. We've gotten the holds that we wanted to, but we have seen a lack of secondary sellers step in so far on these tests back down. You can see the trapped liquidity that we've highlighted on both. They happened exactly where we thought they would. Again, we need secondary sellers now to sweep this low, or nothing has changed, right? Like there's still a buyer down here, there's still a seller above, and we're still just waiting. Without secondary reactions to hold this liquidity off sides that was just taken in, right? The exhausted buyer here. We need secondary sellers to step down from this low for more. It is what it is. We need the reactions where we want, where they need to be, right? Like it's great when we have price action that follows, but we need actual participants that move markets. We can see that they got taken in where we thought they would, right? But again, we need them to then step down. If they don't step down, then why would we expect more, right? It just is what it is. Now we're retesting again off of that failure at lows to do anything. We're still just rotating between 780 on ES and our 86s above. We need to step below the 780 for more, or we will continue to take in size here with higher lows and lower highs, and then eventually one of these sides will break, right? And then we'll get a reaction. Because again, like we're not seeing secondary participants on either side right now. New 15s opening now. Flat POC on NQ, 3 candles. ES holding POC is supportive on open of new candle so far. Into our value high, previous candle. If we can successfully get back over 90s, ES sellers are going to have a real issue here. Until then, this is where we need to see secondary buyers from ES actually sustain this look above, or this will just be, again, a failure, and then we'll look for that trap and then rotation back through. Yeah, we need follow through, or we will exhaust, and then we will look for the other side to then try to take advantage. Right, nothing has changed on NQ. This is a move that's based off of ES and RTY finding a local low off of that failure to do anything new. So again, they need to start to really show interest up here, and then we can go. Or this will do what? We will trap this liquidity here that we see, and then we will look for them to then follow through on the other side back down again, right? Trapping. So we'll see which way they can take it. We just watch where participants are located, and then we play around those known participants. This is where sellers on NQ need to do something. We can see them trying here to look below value of our previous candle, and they're still just getting taken in. This needs to be an aggressive sweep for more, or it is just a rotation of the B profile that we talked about, right? We need the follow through. When I say the B profile, remember, this is where we had a trap above, sell side step down, and then they aggressively tried to build in these lows, right? And now we need follow through, which is why we were looking for absorption here in the high of this distribution. And now we need to see sell side now really try to defend this to sweep below, because we are currently trading within this range, right? That's that B profile shape. It is incredibly important. It is imperative that we see the seller step there through, or again, this will be another rotation. And this is going to be where you're going to take off your first risk, because if we don't get follow through here, right, that's another trap at our lows. We need this guy to step down. We've already talked about this. You can see it on our 15-minute on ES as well, with the failure to actually do anything with this little look above. We are now, so this is what happens in markets like this. When we don't get follow through at lows, we then have to go and try to trap at highs again to create the liquidity event, right? So this is our secondary attempt to do something now that we have trapped this liquidity here on the look above. We now need to see follow through as well here on our lows. It is incredibly important. This is how we get movement, is that we see trap participants and then we watch to see if they can actually do something with it across the board. So again, this is your first risk off. And we look to see if we can get this follow through on this with a sweeper below, trapping this liquidity here. I hope that made sense. You have to be patient, you have to watch, but as soon as you start to be able to actually like visualize this and see that liquidity, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, like that, yeah, that makes sense. And then it's just about understanding like rotational trades, right? You're not going to always get the full move that you want, right? And that's why we take off risk into known areas where the markets can turn. And if we get the follow through, amazing, right? Then we have a great runner. If we don't, then we still have made money, and you don't just watch it come all the way back on you and then reverse and go the other direction. You can do that with a runner, right? But you don't do that with your full position when we know that this is where, you know, things need to happen, or we will then rotate again. There's no reason. When you understand your rotations, then it's like, oh, okay, yeah, like why wouldn't I take off one here? Because I know that if this doesn't do what I want here, we're going to come back up to my entry. Which again is fine if you're looking for like the larger play. You can hold your full position, but like understand that it's going to come back into your entry, and you have to be like willing to accept that that's a possibility, right? Like you're either holding, you know, neutral or and looking for like the larger move, or you're scalping the local range and then looking to have like a fat-tailed runner that's going to continue your position. It's just, what are you comfortable with? The only thing that like truly matters here is that you're willing to like actually stop out on a flip, right? So you can stay neutral, you can stay, you know, at entry, you can take profit if that makes you feel better and allows you to stay in a position for longer, or you can just let the rotation play out, and you know it might take an hour for this range to break, and you might get eventually stopped out, right? So it's up to you if you want to make money while we're waiting and oscillating, or if you are just willing to be like, okay, on the higher time frame, I'm looking for the next leg, and that might take a minute to play, and I'm willing to hold full size through it, as long as my stops remain the same and I'm not looking to like over leverage as we build here. And then when it fails, I don't exit my position, right? That's the key. Just have clear invalidation based off of your risk. Just like we talked about last week, right? the way that you build a position is based off of what your max risk is. And then if you can build a couple contracts in a tight range, amazing, right? Then you're allowed to have, you know, a couple contracts. If your risk is, you know, $500 and you have 3 contracts on, right? Then you have a very tight stop because you don't have a lot of room for price to move with that many contracts. If you have 1 contract, right, that allows for a larger stop with the same kind of risk because you're looking for a larger push down. So just really, again, it depends on what you're looking for and what you're comfortable sustaining in. Are you able to like clearly see that on the 15? Like what I'm talking about? With that B shape and like looking for where they're willing to take. Does that visual help? Are you able to see that? And same thing with on ES with like the look above and then the failure to sustain. Like those were both predicted moves. It's like, okay, well, how do we predict that? Well, it's just like, okay, well, where are sellers located? What do we need to see? These don't have to be the smoothest trades in the world for you to understand like where shifts can occur. I mean, this is still like a solid rotation, you know, 60 points, almost 70. I'd like to see 740 tag and then we can go from there, but we shall see. Need ES below 780 for really anything new. 780 can happen, then we're in a great spot. Failure, it's just like all right. How to execute that? You just have risk there. What do you mean? Like that's your risk. You're willing to take in size there. Like on what? Like what? Execute what? ES and Q? Like what do you mean when you say that? If we know sellers are there, that's your risk. So what do you like? Wow. What are you looking on, ES or NQ? So if this is your risk, then you're looking for this, right? Like what do you mean? You just buy. You just sell. I mean, you can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter. Your entry doesn't matter if this is your risk. That's what I'm trying to get at. Your entry literally does not matter as long as that you're playing off of that box. I'm not saying you should short this low and then that's your only position. I'm saying that this is where you're looking for people to be absorbed. So as long as we're holding that and it's the same risk that you are willing to put on, your again, Am I willing to risk 500? Am I really willing to risk 200? I don't know what your risk is. The box is how many points? My invalidation is how many points? It's 25 points, right? So that's going to change depending on the person. Can you hold through a 25 points of risk? That's where your entry is. Your stop is 25 points, so you need to be executing based off of your stop, right? The structural invalidation. If you can hold through 25 points, right? And you can then buy anywhere in there. Or sell anywhere in there. It doesn't matter. It is the invalidation of the trade that matters. If you're too worried about execution, it's because you're over leveraging and you're not playing off of the actual trade. You're playing off of your leverage that you're putting on in the market. Does that not connect with you? Right? We're playing off of the structural trade of where we're looking for the offer to be. Are there perfect entries when you go back and you look? Yeah, there's some great entries, right? Like on the retest off of a look inside of that area, sure. You can look at that and be like, oh yeah, that's a great entry. I can wait for that. Same thing here, right? Where we look for, right, we're being look back Andes in this situation, but we have it drawn where you're looking for offside liquidity above and then you play the reoffer, right? That becomes your invalidation. It's not the problem with what you're saying is I don't know what you're talking about. Are you talking about ES or NQ? Because those are very different things. If you took limits in the box on ES on first tests, you would have been stopped out because you don't understand the trade. If you took limits on retests after we see trapped liquidity above, then that's a great trade. Do you not get what I'm saying? Look at what I drew on ES ahead of time. I said there are only longs above 790. So what do we need to see as we push above? Well, we need to see that liquidity that I circled be trapped, and then we look back below. So as we're pushing back down and we have trapped liquidity, that's your catalyst for a short because we have a failure from buyers. If you took limits on the other side, you would have been stopped out of that trade. So when you talk like that in absolutes, there's no good answer I can give you because you're not understanding what we're talking about. If you're playing it on NQ, then it's fine, right? Like it's okay. There's nothing that's changed there. We're holding where we need. We've never seen an invalidation of our zone, right? The trade on ES and NQ are very different. We're both looking for lower highs based off our overall structure, but one has a much clearer sell pivot compared to ES, which had to look up for fresh liquidity first before it could go down. So again, like your execution is based off of where the invalidation is. We know that shorts are in play as long as we're holding below 790, like I have on chart. What we're looking for is offside liquidity as a catalyst for the trade to actually work. Nothing has shifted about that idea. Like for me, my stop on ES is just 790.5. And I'm willing to take in size and lots of fives in MNQ because I know that that's my invalidation of when I'm wrong on this short idea. And as long as I understand that, then I can play this rotation down looking for the larger trade because it's within my risk profile. I know that I'm risking, I have 20 lots of MES on and I averaged in randomly as we were looking down. It doesn't matter. And my average is I'm risking $700 in total with a risk at 790, my stop at 790.50. that's going to be different for you comparatively, right? And I know that if we can get this leg below 780, that we get another leg down. So right now, like, I'm still not 1-to-1 on this trade with my average, but that's okay. Like, we'll see if we get more or not. I don't know. I've made money on both NQ and ES already on this rotation down, but like, again, we need the flip. We know that this is a look above and fail. We know what we're looking for. We're looking for follow through across the market. Your trade and your execution needs to be based off of where the trade invalidates. You don't want to get stopped out because you're over leveraged and the trade hasn't invalidated. So again, it's like you can execute it randomly if it's still within your sizing, right? And just like as we're accumulating here for the next leg. But like if your entry is so garbage that you get stopped out in the middle of our invalidation zone, and we never actually invalidate, and you stop out because you're over leveraged and your execution was so poor, then like that's a you problem. That's not a me problem. That's why I say, like, I don't know how to answer that question, because it's not about perfect execution. It's about playing within your risk and letting trades play out. If you're too busy looking for the perfect execution, then you're still missing the plot. We know what we want to see for something to happen, right? Allow the trade to play. Has our downside pathing invalidated? Are they taking in size where we want? Are people off sides? If the answer is yes, then we play the trade. Have we flipped to upside pathing? Are there trap traders in RLOs as the downside pathing failed? Like, oh, okay, well then we should probably be out of it and we should be looking for the other side, right? Like that. Yep. Some people's max loss is $200. Some people's max loss is $2,000. I just have one runner on this short, but stop loss is set in profit, so I can't lose. I'm not comfortable letting this green trade go red. I need to focus more on structure and invalidation more than protecting green once I'm green. So this stop loss setting is purely protect the green I made so far instead of invalidation level. This is going to screw me long term if I keep thinking like this, isn't it? That's an insane chain of sentences that you just said. The reason you're still in a trade is because you have a target, right? Like, I don't know. I mean, do you have a reason why you're taking something or not? Like, did we go to the target, an area that you want us to go to? Did you take profit there? Are you looking for more now after profit target has been hit? Has something invalidated? Are you looking for something? Like, again, like your trades are based off of the structure in which we are trading. Have we hit our PT? Yes. Are we now rotating back up from PT? Yes. Does that make sense? Yeah, we didn't get our secondary leg on the flip below. So now we're going back up to our original entry. if this flips, then the trade's invalidated, right? We didn't get the follow through we needed at the lows. So then we have to look to see what structure is going to do. So you take off into first risk. And if you want to be greedy, if you want to look for follow through, go for it, right? But then your invalidation is based off of that. It's like you're playing around an idea. Your trade, your stop, your execution is based off the idea. If you have good ideas, right? If you have good plays in your playbook, then the money will follow it because you have edge. If you change your stops, you change your execution based off of am I green or not, then you're changing your overall risk profile on your playbook, and then you're skewing your results. Again, like everything is about playing within a data set that you have developed for yourself and you understand the risk profile of. When you move stops, you change your risk. So if you have a winning strategy, but you move stops too early in your winning strategy, then you're not trading your strategy, right? You're skewing your results. So, I mean, you do you, but like you are tainting, right, your results if you don't allow things to play within the strategy in which you're trading. You know, what you're doing is you're taking a mechanical setup and you're now turning it into a discretionary trade. So then it's like, how do I tag this setup? Because nothing invalidated, nothing happened that changed it, other than I got emotional about green or red P&L. And it's like, okay, well, do I put that now in my playbook data set, or is this now like a different trade? And to me, it's a different trade. You didn't allow the thing to actually play out, so how can it be in your overall stats for that trade? Because it's now skewed. It's a different thing. And again, it's fine to do that, but just realize that's what you're doing. That's the key. When I mean it's fine, it's like you can do whatever you want. It's your money. It's your, you know, your account. But like, understand that if you keep that trade in your book, right, like it's going to change your win rate of your system. It's going to change your win rate and your RR for the overall system if you continue to take profit early and you're still like, you have like a 2-to-1 that you're looking for and it's a 40% win rate strategy, but you're taking profit at 1.3 and you're not allowing to play out. It's like, okay, well that strategy now is like way thinner than before, right? Like you're like barely getting by at 1.3 when you need a 2 at the win rate of your strategy. So like when you actually get into a losing streak and you've been taking profit early over and over and over again, that losing streak is going to hurt really badly because it's not fit for your profit taking, right? Your strategy is based off of you taking at a certain amount to cover the losses that will happen eventually. So if you're taking profit too early in a strategy like that, but then you're still taking full stops, right? You've now skewed a winning strategy into a losing one overall because you're not allowing the trades to actually play out. You're still taking max losers, but you're cutting your winners thin. Hopefully that resonates. That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, like, if you're gonna do that, you might as well just take full profit at PT1, right? Which it's fine, right? But like then that's your strategy. That's what you're doing. Like if you're still growing your account size and you're still you know, uncomfortable with execution, then you shouldn't have like dynamic risk. You should have like a flat risk, I think, when you're first starting. And then once you're like more comfortable in the plays that you're taking, then you can size according to the trade. I think when you're first starting, trying to be dynamic with it is just like you're setting yourself up for failure. And what I mean by that is like, oh, this setup has a better risk to reward, and so I should be like leveraging more here because I understand it, right? Like it's like, oh, this is an A+ setup. Because it's A+, I should be looking to trade more size because I understand that it's meeting more of my conditions. I think when you're first starting, it's just about like getting familiar with your setups and starting to understand like a set risk profile and trading around it and becoming comfortable with the drawdown that and the expectation of what you're losing. And then when you get more comfortable with losing trades and winning trades and the drawdown in between, right, of the unrealized, then you can then move on after you're comfortable with that. But like if you're still moving stops, then yeah, no, you shouldn't have a dynamic size. You trade the same size every trade, you know, and you let it play out. And that's the risk that you put on the table that you found acceptable to lose if the trade didn't work. And then when you feel comfortable with that, then you can move on to something more advanced where you actually start scaling. But you should never move on to scaling if you are moving stops prematurely because you're very clearly still attached to the P&L, right? You're not letting the process play. So if you're over leveraging then and you're still attached to P&L, right, you're going to start to get really emotional in those trades when you start to size. Because you're still, again, you're not playing the process. You're attached to the number. You're clearly not ready then for that scaling mentality. Bid really trying to step up here. We need to see them sustain if we're going to do this rotation back up to 860, 880. Flip this. If not, then it's going to be a very similar trap like ES did on the previous candle. Watching to see if we can sustain here above 830 to 800, right? This pivot here. Need to get over 790 on ES and then bid for to go up. 790 rejection again on ES, same as before, taking in size. Watching our retest on both ES and NQ to see if we can actually sustain above or if this is going to be another trap and failure from buyers. It's just buy side getting exhausted, right? It's just, it is what it is. You need follow through. I'm stopped out of my runners on ES there into 90.5, like I said before. Watching to see if we can flip and hold this now. Or if we trap here again. New 15s opening now. What a boring day. It is 12 o'clock now, lunch. So again, like I really want to just highlight this. Everything's been saved. Like we're just at our area of interest. I'm gonna delete this so that I can just show you why this area matters and what we're watching. Again, it's all about that lowercase b that I was just talking about, is that we've built out this, right? So we're taking the last impulse from the downside and we are rotating it to here. Do you see where like our execution is then, based off of what we're watching for? Like we know where the distribution is. We know where we want to hold. So when we look at stuff like this and you're like, I don't know what to be looking for. Well, we have our lower time frame where we can put our fixed range on. And this is that B profile that I was talking about, where the late sellers, right? And we now have our line of where we need to see price for continuation to the downside. So it's like when I'm looking for a lower leg, or if I'm looking for an invalidation and where I'm looking for price to bid, we're just playing a value profile, bro. Like we're looking to see if liquidity can hold outside of value and sustain this for upside, or if we trap this liquidity, then we're looking for this to then reoffer on the other side and then rotate through value. That's the trade, right? So all you're looking for, again, is on the 15, we find liquidity who's trapped outside of value, and then we look to play through value to the other side. And the secondary play happens when we trap liquidity, and then we're able to then hold value low as resistance for continuation. If we can't hold value low, then we should expect that price then rotates back up. That's just how a profile works. Either we accept outside of the auction or we hold the auction as resistance, and then it shows that we want to shift to a different area of interest, right? So when we look at stuff like this, it's like, oh, okay, well, I know that this long is potentially in play as long as we're sustaining above this POC to value. And I'm looking for price to flag and then try to get back up into this upper distribution. I know that sell side is sitting up here because we understand where we broke down and how price reacted, right? We know that this is our area of interest because this is where sell side was, where we absorbed into these highs. And we know that we're trying to find acceptance back in this range. So what matters here is, can we sustain this value low now, right? Hold this for rotations back through. If this fails, then we're looking for them to shift and then rotate through value again, right? And then we use the delta footprint to show us where that participation is occurring. And then we use the structure to then play around that, understanding that we can literally see where participation is. So we have our structural levels and then that we reference, and then we have our actual order flow that gives us our execution of how we're looking to participate. A level is just a level until we see someone actually caught off sides. Once we see that, then we know that we can then play it through. Before that, it's just a coin flip. We are trading between two auctions right now, right? And the reason why we care about the participation is because we could just chop and it could be really slow and it could be a garbage trade where it's actually not worth taking because we don't see the follow through that we need, and we're just going to chop between levels. The thing that most of you guys are still not getting is that it's a random walk in between areas of interest, right? Like, we have clear participants that are supply and demand, right? That's our order flow. And then the walk to get from that level to the next level is almost always a random walk because people don't know. They're just buying and selling, right? And that creates a random walk till the next participant who actually moves the market. So if you're looking for like immediate drastic moves that go directly to target in a singular candle, then you are relying way more on order flow than you actually think. And so you need then a very clear order flow setup for that to play out, where someone is very clearly offside and we see the secondary participants start to step in. Because if not, then it's just a random walk to the next level of interest. That's just how the market is. Not everyone is buying exactly the high and the low, right? It's a random walk of people buying and selling, buying and selling, buying and selling between our participants. If everyone knew the perfect entry and exit, then the market would not function correctly, right? Value is not always perceived in that sense, where it's like, oh yeah, this is clearly premium, this is clearly discount. We have different participants at different timetables, right? Different time frames that are looking to initiate, and that's how we're able to have liquidity at all of these different levels, is because there are people who have a time frame of 1 minute, and there are people who have a time frame of 10 years. Right? And they're buying for different opportunities. I mean, it's not an idea. It's a random walk. It's just how price works. That's why it trades in a distribution. That is literally what a distribution is. It is a random walk. How else would we form a distribution if it wasn't random? For people who are like not understanding what I'm talking about, all of nature, all of the world, right? You can go into and look in like any statistic, and everything looks like this, right? And it looks like a curve, a bell curve like this, and it's random, right? Where you get all of these little things that are happening, and you get a lot of action in the middle, and then you have thinner tails, right? But you have this distribution that forms, and it's the same thing with price, where price over time creates distributions because we have a area where price is trading between larger participants who are seeing these areas as premium and discount, right? Which was keeping the market in an area, right? It creates our edges because we have a very clear participant at the edges who's willing to sell, who's willing to buy, right? And absorb at those edges. And then you have everyone in between who doesn't know that, who's just buying and selling as price rotates. And that creates a distribution. And until we shift outside of that distribution, we accept that that is the auction, right? That is a random walk in between our larger supply and demand. And that creates a distribution of price. So when we look outside of a distribution that we've created, that is a potential shift that has occurred, or it is an opportunity to then look for the rotation back through, right, the auction that has been shown to you, right? So when we look at stuff like this, it's like, oh yeah, we're either going to accept outside of the random walk, right, where price has been able to accumulate 70% of volume for this area. And it's like, oh yeah, so we're either going to see a shift from our larger participants who are actually moving the market, or we're going to find acceptance back through our perceived value, right, where buyers and sellers are just kind of like accumulating, and it just is what it is. And that's how we get either expansion, right, or more of the same. Acceptance outside or more of the same. The market would not look as clean as it does if it wasn't a random walk. distributions would not form like this. The Tupac Shakur murder trial is going on right now. What? A little late, no? This is POC from our previous distribution on NQ, and yes, full rotation through our distribution off of the failure to sustain above. So watch to see as we push down into 800s here on NQ, and yes, tests our value low here of our range at 780. See if we find a bid, and then we rotate up off of this, or if we're going to do the full rotation on NQ as well, with a reoffer into 86s on ES for one more leg down. And the reason why the random walk, you need to like realize that that's what it is. And again, like the offer does step down, like we can see order flow, but like most people aren't looking at order flow, right? Most people don't see that. And so that's why like we want to be playing around a participant who's very clearly shifting or has a directional bias, or we will just like randomly walk between, you know, our two areas of interest, right? Our edges. And so like if we have a narrative to play around, it allows us to be in a trade and be able to understand when that trade invalidates, right? So if I have an offside participant who's above and I see a secondary step down, then I can play with that guy who's putting in those lower highs, right? Because he's very clearly shifting and manipulating the auction down in the direction that they want, right? That's a different thing than a random walk between, you know, our edge high and edge low. If we have a participant who is forcing something, that does happen, right? It's not always random. But you have to remember that like most people aren't looking at this stuff. They are just buying at what they think or perceive as a good value, which makes sense, right? If we're trading within, you know, our value high and value low, then to them, that's where 70% of the volume's been traded on the day. That's probably good. Remember, like, we all have different time frames that we're looking at. But if we can see someone who's caught off sides and we can see a real order flow, it's like, oh, okay, like, yeah, there's very clearly someone who's stepping in and is moving us through that distribution, right? They're moving us through to the other side. And it's like, oh, I want to be trading with that guy because my objective is to be trading with an active participant around areas of value. That's how we get clean trades. And if we don't see that, then we don't trade unless we're willing to just hold the risk, right? Like, hold the invalidation. Because we understand that, like, if this flips, then our trade's invalidated. If not, the price is going to randomly walk down to the other side, right? And we can't then have too tight of a stop because the trade hasn't invalidated. We know that price is going to rotate, but we can't control the speed at which it rotates. We know we'll get to this other side. We'll get to this objective eventually if nothing changes, right? And so that's why when we talk about that conversation earlier, where it's like, my stop is, you know, is securing gains. So it's like, okay, well, I understand that. But if you don't have someone that you're playing with, right, like, you're probably going to get stopped out if your stop is within that distribution and not on the outside edges of it. Because again, like, you don't have the participant who's forcing price in a direction. But I know for, like, you, Ben, you have to trade a very different system than I do, because you have a intraday drawdown, right? You have a trailing drawdown. I don't trade anything that has a trailing drawdown. I think it's a complete scam. So I don't know if my strategy works for you, because you actually can't give back unrealized gains because you trade Apex. I would never in my life trade a system that punishes you for having good risk management. Yeah, literally everyone else's end of day. Apex puts that in there so that you blow up your account. It creates that fear, right? Where you're like, I can't lose. And in a system where you're not allowed to lose, even when you're winning, you're not allowed to have any sort of like unrealized drawdown or like unrealized gains, give that back. Like you will statistically lose, because that's not how the world works. That's not how the market works. You're gonna lose trades. Some things aren't gonna go to full target and they're gonna come back on you. It just is what it is. And they're accounting for that, right? Like, that's why they add it. We got our reoffer on ES, just where we thought we would, right? On our POC, rotating back down. Watch to see if we can see acceptance. What just happened? Why did that delete itself? Hello? Okay, well, that sucks. That's gone. We're looking to see if we find an acceptance below value on ES here and can actually sustain it, or if we're continuing to just rotate it. No change on NQ. Still holding what we need. We just watch to see if we flip and then rotate down, or if this is going to do something new. I have to redraw this because for some reason that deleted. Do people still not understand what I mean when I say like price is random walking between 2 points? Like if you don't understand that, like I think we should go over it more. But I need like actual responses. Like, do you understand like a distribution when we're talking about like outliers in a distribution where like most people are trading, all of that? Like, does that concept make sense to you when you look at like other sorts of yeah, okay, great. Like distributions just naturally form when it's the sum, right? The average of many independent random factors, right? That creates that curve. So when you have lots of independent traders trading in the market, right, it creates that curve naturally, and it creates that curve naturally in everything, or in lots of things, I should say, not just like in most stats, you see some sort of curve that looks like that. And when we see heavily tailed distributions, right, we have extremes at our outliers. That's usually it is a reason to start looking at a chart. It's a reason to start looking at the market and be interested, because it's no longer random, right? There's an outside effect that is manipulating. I don't really like using that word, but that's really what it is, right? We have an outside force that is changing, right, the random nature of the market and making it fat-tailed. So that's when we want to be participating. So when I tell you that there's a lowercase b or there's an uppercase b and we're not in a balanced distribution, it's because we have someone in the market who's trying to shift, right? When we have a market that is very thin-tailed, there's someone in there who's actually trying to move price and isn't randomly walking us, right? When we have a distribution like this is like someone who's very clearly not trading in a D profile, right? He's trading and trying to really hold an edge. So when he fails, right, we care about that. That's something that's interesting to us. Right, that creates the structure in which we trade. And it's like, oh, okay, well, then when we put the fixed range on it, we can then still trade that balanced profile of understanding where price needs to hold, right? We have an edge. This is our value where the rest of the participants have, tried to accept outside of. And it's like, oh, okay, well, now we're just looking for outliers outside of this value, and we're looking to then look to trade around them. Right, but this idea of where we're finding someone who isn't random, who is trying to manipulate the overall auction, it's like, oh, okay, well, that's when we start to pay attention, because now we have something that's interesting that we can actually play around and like predict in a sense, because it creates a if-then scenario. So we look for those outliers, those guys who are trapped, because we know that if trapped liquidity happens outside of a distribution, and then someone then tries to punish that trapped liquidity, right? Like there's another side to it. Even if it's random, there's still a liquidation point. There's a point of max pain for that participant who's trapped outside of the distribution. And when that person hits their max pain, they then have to activate a market order in the other direction, right? So if you're off sides into the low, and then we rotate and hold the highs, right? This person has to liquidate. In most cases, these people are trading, right? They're closing positions. And when you close a short, you're opening a long on the other side. So you're creating a buy order on the market. So we can then create or manipulate, right, the structure. It's no longer a random person who's buying or selling there. It's a person who is off sides, who is now has to forcefully market buy. And when we see that, it's like, oh, okay, well, we can expect then this movement to occur. We can expect this push to this area because they are forced to do it, right? We found someone who is outside the random distribution, and when we rotate back through it, we have our edges, and now we have something to play around, right? And then when we see someone then step in to then try to continue that rotation, continue to push, it's like, oh, okay, well, there's someone in the market who is trying to push us out of this distribution. We have an outlier on our edge, and now with something interesting to trade around, right? Until then, though, until we see that, we should expect that price will randomly walk through and create that normal distribution until we can see that outlier. And sometimes outliers aren't as visually as apparent, right? Sometimes they're iceberging in, right? They're not entering in full size on their first entry, right? They're entering in multiple orders, 100 lots, all in a separate area. And that's when you see like, a passive participant kind of taking in, and you're like, oh, okay, like there's very clearly absorption here. Like, oh, okay, we're continuing to test into this area. They're trying to thin out their orders so it looks more random. You got a full rotation there, and ES back down to our lows. What's up, Ty? But like, again, even if it's a random walk, we still have clear areas of interest, right? Our value doesn't change. The rotation, our edges don't change. And so if we're still maintaining that structure, we know where price wants to go, right? We have these magnets, I guess is what you could call them, of where price gravitates towards, right? Where more participants are on these edges. And so we know that like where price wants to go is that, right? Like it's that random walk. And then when we get moves like this, it's because we have people who are off sides, and that creates manipulation, right? It creates that person who then is forced to close. That's your full rotation down onto NQ into our lows there, right into our bid. So if we can't do anything more, that would make sense. We need to see a very clear shift below and hold for more. Again, this guy's off sides, sell side steps in, holds below value, rotates us down into our 60 to 740. If they flip that, then we can go down more. If not, we'll rotate back up to 800s. Same short close as before. Later, man. Just watch as we push into 800, 820, see if offer sticks there. Got your rotation from our failure to go below previous lows, just like we anticipated. Fully retracing our news candle here, or whatever this was. Just the rotation down through NQ's value. Watch to see if offer sticks here. You need to flip 800, 825 for more, or this would just be the same thing. Needs to flip 760, 740 for more downside, or this is just a rotation, normal rotation on NQ. From a failure to get above our POC at 800s, like we talked about. So you'd expect a bid here again, unless we're going to shift below. So we want to see a very clear stellar set below the 740, 760, and be aggressive here. Or again, we expect the 760 edge to continue to maintain his bid, unless something is going to shift. So let's see if they'll do it, or if it's more of the same. I would need to see like a very clear flip of this low for continuation. Taking off some here. So we push into 740. I'm looking to see if I can add on a absorption hold and sweep below the 747.60. Now that we've taken off some risk. Nothing yet. Just following our pathing. Again, watching to see if we can flip below here. We've got that trapped liquidity above. Sweep through our distribution, just like we talked about. And now defending here into our lows on retest. Watching to see if we can take this guy out and then very clearly hold this. If we can hold it, then we're good. Need to see a better reoffer here. New 15s opening now. 10 seconds. We are opening below POC to value on our current candle. All right, the new one will open below. We'll watch to see if we can hold that on our new 15s that are now pushing. If we can, then we'll probably be good. Just watch the reoffers, see if they can get a bit aggressive here. All right, this is where I watch. This is ES value of our previous candle. Can push up into 74, which is POC, and same thing with NQ into 775. We'd ideally like to see absorption into these, into this push. Into the value of our previous candle if we're gonna hold. Same as before, right? We want to see very clear seller try to take into this guy, or we will trap. We have to get below 750 and offer if we're going to go down, or this will be a higher low. We have to get back below value of our previous candle, right? This secondary move is incredibly important. We're seeing a bit of selling pressure into POC here of our previous candle, which makes sense. We then need to get back below value to then trap this liquidity, right? You can see the liquidity up here trying. We want to get below our value edge here for more, or they will bid high or low. And that higher low will most likely be here at the 750, 745 area, if they're going to do it. So we want to see them flip this, offer it, and then rotate us down, trapping this liquidity up into our 770. Or again, this will be where they try to bid. Failure to shift below our 50.45 on NQ, and no shift below our value on ES below 69's. Bid holds. Rotation back up to our seller off of that failure. 4 minutes left on this candle. Retesting POC of previous candle now. still willing to absorb into our 65 high here, 65 to 80 above on NQ, no change. Again, just retest a POC on both. We would need to flip this for more. New 15s opening here soon. 10 seconds. Bid is trying to close above value of our previous candle on both ES and NQ here off of a failure to shift below our value low. Let's see if they can successfully succeed or if they fail once again. I'm just shifting this over so you can see what I'm talking about. This will either be the start of the right side of the V or a very clear trap, and then we look for the flip below value for entry. We'll see. So far, you're just looking to see if POC to value high continues to play on ES and NQ off of the open to new 15s, but if this guy can't go anywhere with it, right, we'll then look for the same thing we were looking for the short continuation, which is the flip below value of the lower high, and then the reoffer. Right, you have all of these buyers who are now up into these highs, and if they can't do anything with it, right, then we'll look for them to then fail, and then we will look for the offer below this value. Same thing on NQ. We need to see this buyer sustain and then show that interest for that rotation up, that right side of the V. Failure to do that, right, that results in then these guys becoming trapped and then us giving us our entry. That's how it works. Hold the POC of previous candle, pushing back up into our news candle high where we swept down. Not sure if we're going to get more or not. We'll see. Need to get over this 800 and show acceptance if we're going to continue up. But yeah, I don't know, man. Everything is doing what we thought it would. No interest below, rotation back up, higher lows held. And now we watch to see if sell side sits here once again, or if we can shift above. If we shift above, this liquidity is trapped into our 740, and we had these buyers approach up into these highs. We'll look to see if we can flip or not. So far getting absorbed here. Again, this is just where sell side was last when we got this huge shove down. I would need us to step above for anything more. It's a great profit target until we show that acceptance, in my opinion. So again, I'm going to delete these just to show you exactly why and where, right? This is, again, we got a extraordinary sell very fast off of this trap above our value, right? We failed to do anything new. We saw this liquidity get trapped outside. We see the offer step down. We open below value to POC with trapped liquidity above, and then rotate through our range on NQ. This is again a rotation through our range off of a failure to accept below. So we've now done the completed move, in my opinion, until proven otherwise. We can see that on NQ as well. Like, this is the move, right? It is done the rotation through value. So what we need to do now is prove that something has shifted. We held value lows, right? This was our short. If we were going to get it, would have been this hold below and then rotation down. It is now on buyers who were able to successfully bid right here and hold that POC to value for this rotation back up to these highs. We've now done that move. So that's the trade. We have two options now. We know sell side sits here already. It's the top of our balance. We already know that. So we now need to see if they need to rotate us back down to retest this edge to then go up, right? Or if this guy holds and then we then rotate down off of it. So this is now what we're watching for. Do we get a structural shift from this hold? Is this enough liquidity that's trapped off sides to do something? Or are we still just going to be rotating between these two participants? I don't have the answer for you yet, right? We don't know. The only thing that we do know is that we held our value low of that candle and we've accepted over POC where that seller was. We're now rotating and pushing up into our value high on both NQ and ES. And we're seeing some Russell divergence to the down as this is happening. We're seeing this as absorption here. We know that this is our high. And again, we need to shift above if we're going to do more, or we should expect more of the same. New 15s have opened. Again, opening above POC to value of previous candle. We have the right side of V in play. Just like we talked about, we're watching to see if we can continue to find acceptance here above this bid or if they are going to fail. We have very clear buyers here. We are trying to continue this push up. We need to see if they're going to be able to hold or if this will then fail and trap and then rotate again. Again, nothing new. We are rotating between our value high and value low. We failed to accept below. We're watching now to see if we can get above and hold, or if this seller who absorbed on last attempt and shoved price down is going to be able to do it again. Full rotation here, back down to our lows on NQ off of a failure to shift above, just like we talked about, no change. We are watching though, however, to see if the bid is now willing to defend this and then rotate up off of it. We knew sellers would be here. They were here last. It made sense to look for it. Market is incredibly slow. You're watching to now see if we can hold the bid here at our lows or if we're going to shift down and do something new, right? Is it more of the same, or are we going to be able to find a higher low here into our 760, 750 area? Or does this fail? Unsure. Again, it's the same seller as before. We already knew this guy was here. It's our ceiling of our value on ES, and NQ, it is our pivot of our value as well. So again, watch to see if we can find a bid here into our lows now that we've rejected our highs. And if we can, then we continue to maintain that this liquidity is offsides and that a buyer is willing to buy at a higher point. And then we'd be looking for them to try to then breach us out if they could do it. Again, if they fail, we are still just watching for acceptance below our value here for any downside continuation. So let's see if they're here and present and willing to defend and then pop us, or if this is going to fail, right? And then new 15's open, and then we accept below and then rotate down. 1 minute until new 15s. Am I in a trade right now? I have a short runner from 800s. We've done the full rotation now, watching to see if we find a bid here at 70s or if we're going to flip. I think bid happens into this low. So I've got a PT here into 60 and then 40 on runners. If we dip in on new 15s, and then we'll see if then we rotate up off of that. But there's nothing to do other than try a long here as we dip down or wait for a short on the flip below. That's all you can do. New 15 is about to open into our target here on NQ. Again, it's a good area to take off a little risk as we push back down into our lows here. And then as new 15s open, we'll see if we get a excited bid. They're opening now, right? We'll see if we flip or if this is it. This is looking for a look below and fail here. So just keep that in mind, that because of the state we're in, that any look below this value is being considered as a buying op for rotations back up into end of day on NQ. That's how it's triggered. Yes, it hasn't triggered yet, but this is the same thing, and the same reason why we have to be very careful here is that this is our value low edge. So for shorts, there isn't a great continuation trade until we can flip below both of these. This is why it's our level of interest, because we know that this is our value low of today's session, and it is NQ's. This is the POC from Friday session. So we need to flip below this and then offer for me to give a single fuck about a short down here, or it is going to be a longing opportunity. I cannot stress that enough. This is why I'm in a runner here. We knew that 800 was resistance because that was POC on today's range, as well as where our offer was on the last rotation when we pushed down. We need to clearly flip below this, or this is going to be where they absorb, and then we will rotate back up into end of day. If we can flip this value low as resistance and hold this level as resistance at our 40 to 50, we will rotate down to 690 today, almost guaranteed. But we need to flip it. If this continues to be where they bid, then we need to be very careful, because this is target for shorts. I've closed 3/4 of my position here, right? Because we understand that this is value low on both ES and on NQ, and that right now, buyers are trying to do this, right? This is the risk that they're trying to put on for rotations back up. It's the same thing on NQ, right? This is your risk. You're trying to play off of that low. You're trying to bid this value, and you're looking for rotations back up. This is what buy side wants. They want the higher low to hold here on retest. What sell side needs is the shift below this for that rotation down. If they can do that, then you get a really nice short continuation, right? Which is why this is what we're looking for, is that look below, that willingness to hold, and then a rotation to Friday's value low as target. But we need to see that shift happen, or again, they will bid it. I cannot stress that enough, right? This is what we have drawn. This is that shift below, or this will be where they bid the higher low and then rotate us back up. So you want to be risking off some here, and then if we can flip, then this will be a great opportunity. Oops. Based off of our shift below. So it is currently, we are trading within balance between these two yellow pivots. If we're going to do something new, we need to see them sweep it and then defend it, or it'll be more of the same. Same thing on ES. Does that make sense? Like that's it. It's a very slow day today. I know it's annoying. I get it. But structurally, like everything is just kind of made sense. So we need to see if they're going to buy this again, or if we're going to actually be able to do something new. Again, signal wise, NQ has a long on right now at this 70 with a stop at 7, or whatever this low is, 727, with a target looking for 850. It's a 2-to-1 trade. That's what it's looking for. ES, similar thing, but it hasn't triggered yet. You're just looking for this value to hold for rotations back up. And sell side, again, is desperately trying to shift this value. Same thing on NQ. They're trying to get us below POC of the previous day. If they can do that, then we can trade or traverse through yesterday's auction, or Friday's auction. And that would put ES target down at 760, right, into the value low. 760 to 756. But if this holds, then it's a very clear higher low, and then we'd be looking for rotations back up off of sell side failure to shift value. Right? That's why this has to be a target. Again, it's just kind of is what it is. Oh shoot, I forgot that that's where the drawing layer is. You can see this exact setup on the last rotation where we rotated down, failed to push below, held, rotated up, right? It's the same thing potentially again where we trap into lows and then we look for the higher low and then the rotation through. If we're actually able to sustain below, then I care about short continuation. Again, it is our value edge on the daily. Yeah, I mean, it's just a typical Monday, man. Not an incredibly exciting scalping day, but as long as you're like playing on the 15-minute, like the trades are there. It's just you have to be patient. It's just one of those days. And if it's not your cup of tea, right, then you just got to dip out and wait for it to be the action that you like. You know? Yeah, which is fine. Like if it's not your kind of day, totally get it. Don't put yourself through it, right? This area is going to be incredibly important for our next leg, which will be into the afternoon, right? Like this is either us maintaining value with that liquidity trapped off sides like we talked about for the upside trade, or this is going to sweep below, and then we'll go back down to Friday's value as target for the full rotation. You can see like where we've sold on both ES and on NQ here is yesterday's value high. Or sorry, Friday's value high. I keep saying yesterday. Right, so like what we're doing right now is we're trading within that Friday auction. Right, this is our value high edge, this is our value low, this is our POC. So like NQ is currently holding POC after rejecting our value high from looking above. Right, so we have this seller who is very clearly pushing price down. 3 rungs, right? 1, 2, 3. We're now inside this rotation, right? This auction. So this becomes like an incredibly important area to let us know if we're going to continue to absorb or if this has to come down. And with these seller in control, right? Like it's very clear we have lower highs. we have equal lows though. So it's like, what do we do here? Same thing on ES. Our look above value from Friday failed to sustain. And then we have a seller stepping in, right? We are now battling inside Friday's value. And the idea or the question is, are we going to be able to maintain this higher low on the, on the higher time frame? Or do we need to fully rotate down, back down to these lower structures? We just don't have a lot of information yet because of how slow we're moving. So like your only options really are you willing to put this kind of risk on for an upside trade back up here? Or are you going to, put your stop at this most recent high and then look for a reoffer and a rotation down, right? Like that's really it with how we're trading. And if NQPOC shifts down here and we bid it, it's going to be a great long for the upside trade. Because NQPOC is still in the middle here on the daily, we don't have a ton to go off of other than we know that there's a buyer here from Friday's session. But if this POC shifts down and it's no longer a very equal profile, right? And then the bid steps above it, that'll be a great longing opportunity in my opinion. But it's hard right now because we're so equalized. All you know is that we're in the low of we're at the lower edge of a very equal distribution with POC and center. So again, there's no short op here because your short op is up at 800 at POC, right? For the lower high continuation trade. Now that we're back down here, you're really only, you're being forced to either buy or wait. It's the same thing on ES, right? Like ES POC already shifted down here. So it's like, if this is a forced buy right now because of the higher low for reversion back up to VWAP until we can hold this as resistance and get below value low. Once we start holding POC to value low as resistance on retest, right, then we have a very clear target down to 760. But right now you're being forced to either do nothing, right, or try to long this back up. That's kind of my point, is that you can't short value low until we show that acceptance below it, or you're just setting yourself up for failure, right? Which is exactly this. So again, it's like, it's boring, but like, it's your edge. We know that there's a guy here. They like actually need to slam this thing if it's gonna go down in this, or we're just gonna trap and it's gonna like actually pop. This has to hold. This needs follow through, boys. No follow through on this look above and then fail and now retest means like sell side's just exhausted. This needs to do something. Watch for them to try to defend this like 555, 770 pocket. Sorry, 755, 770 pocket. If they don't defend it here, again, like I think sell side's like actually finished. This has to be a defensible. They have to take in here. We held where we needed to, but no follow through below 40s still. It needs to sweep it. I have now moved my stop down and my average to 70 from 800. So it's now my average is 770 from yeah. My stop sits at 775. So if it doesn't work on this rotation, then I'm stopped out. You can see where I average down. You can see my average is the blue line, my stop is here. So I'm trying to play off of that, but if that was your original entry, it's still not bad, right? But it's only a few points. And if they can't get us below 40s and hold, like, this shit's done. We go up, not down. So that's why I'm being careful. Because, like, if there's no interest below, there's no interest below, you know what I mean? Again, like, I'm willing to take this because I'm averaging down from 800, which is where I shorted up here. So I'm now moving my average to this high, this wick high here at 75s. To me, that feels okay because I've already taken 2/3 of my profit off, right? So now I've averaged in another 5, and now I'm watching to see if we can get this breach below off of that lower reoffer. If that doesn't hold, right, and we can't sweep below, then there's no reason to be looking for this as our lower target at 690 because we're still maintaining these lower highs. They will bid this up, and then we will do a full rotation. So me getting stopped out here now above 75s makes sense because if we do that, then I would expect that this would be another trap, and then we would rotate back through value. So it is incredibly important that we see sell side slam this and pick up speed here, or again, we are the liquidity. Right, and again, I am only in this position because I had the ability to average down. feel like I just traded a Globex session with you guys. Ay, ay, ay. Someone is getting eaten up at 770 on ES. Big size, comparatively. If they can't get us below this and flip, like, again, like, this guy's just so cooked. Buyer trying to step up at 7150 on ES after trapping at 770. See if he can hold a higher low, or if we'll fade again. They're trying. Again, I am stopped out of my short over 75s on NQ. But then I'm probably just done. middle of our range here. I mean, if you're playing off of 70, 75, great first risk off, I guess. I'm not doing anything. We just came right back up to my break even at 70, and now we're rotating right back down to our 40. No change. Yeah, it's okay. It's definitely not a great trading day, but we are holding where we need to right now. And it's doing exactly what we thought it would, which is failed to break below our 40 level is key. And we're just rotating back up, trying to recover. As soon as this POC shifts on NQ, they're going to be in a world of hurt if it happens. ES kind of leading here upside wise with that guy who got trapped into those lows at 70s that we talked about. They're now just trying to bid 74s. If they can hold this POC, then we would rotate up to 80 would be my guess. We'll see. I don't know, man. It's so slow. It is so hard to try to short value low. Like there's just not a short that's viable until you see someone who's like trapped, and then we actually are able to reoffer below. Or this is just, like I said, a longing opportunity until it's proven and invalidated. It's going to be very tough. You need it higher first for a good short, or you need a very clear breach below and then reoffer for the continuation trade. Where you're currently trading is just like messy because it's in the buyer's court, right? To push us back up. Could they lose this low? Yeah, for sure, right? But have they lost it yet? No. And that's what you need to remember. Oops. Is that there's been no show of desire to push lower from sellers as of yet. Trump's gonna sign some executive orders soon, looks like. It's a great risk off on ES if you're playing off the hold of 74s as we push into 80 for 6 points. Just your view up and your ceiling here at value. Your value ceiling on ES. See if we can keep going up, or if that's all we get for another rotation.
I'd like to see NQ head to 800s again, personally, with the failure at the lows and with this trap liquidity on ES, right? Just for the full rotation, but we have to respect that ceiling until we can show interest above. See if NQ can do anything here. We've got 50 seconds until only 15s. Good retest of our 60s from our look above from a failure, and rotating back up to just our highs. Zone to zone. See what they do into new 15s. All right, Trump's live.
Biggest epidemiological study at that time in history was performed. And the University university scientists from across this country looked at all the 8-year-olds in Wisconsin, about 900,000 children, and they were looking for autism, and they knew what autism looked like. And they came back with an incident rate of 0.8 per 10,000. So less than 1 in 10,000. The rate, according to CDC, today in this country is 1 in every 31 children. In California, it's 1 in every 19 children, 1 in every 12.5 boys. So there has been a dramatic increase. One of the things that the industry likes to say, one of the talking points, which the press loves to parrot, is, oh, we're just noticing it. But this is an absurdity, and this is an assertion that has been debunked again and again and again by peer-reviewed literature. But it's also debunked by common sense. Because if we were just noticing it more, we would notice it in older groups. But we're not. We're only noticing it in kids who were born around 1989 or after. The older generations, you're not seeing those increases. So something happened in the mid-90s that changed our children, and it has to be an environmental exposure. Because genes don't cause epidemics. They can provide a vulnerability, but you need an environmental toxin. And what the president has charged us with is finding which one of those exposures or which collection of exposures are causing this epidemic. For decades, I fought for a simple principle. When it comes to the health of our children, the government has an obligation to follow the evidence wherever it leads. Tell the American people the truth and give parents the information they need to make informed decisions for their families. Mr. President, you gave us a mandate to do just that. You directed HHS to examine America's childhood vaccine recommendations against the best available science and the practices of other developed nations. We did that work, and on January 5th, HHS and CDC overhauled the childhood immunization schedule, reducing the number of diseases universally recommended for vaccines from 17 to 11, and establishing distinct categories of recommendations based upon the scientific evidence. Our assessment found that the United States recommended more childhood vaccines than any other peer nation. President Trump mentioned the number of 72 jabs before 18, but it actually could be up to 94 jabs. And nobody else has anything like that. And then many other countries, or most other countries, achieve high vaccination rates with education, informed consent, and public trust rather than mandates. Today, with this executive order, you are building on that work and acting on that evidence. We will preserve access to vaccines, strengthen safety monitoring, expand research, give doctors and parents better information, and restore informed consent and parental choice to their rightful place in American medicine. At HHS, we are already moving across multiple agencies, FDA, CDC, NIH, ARPA-H, NTP, the National Toxicity Program, and other parts of the department. We have already launched unprecedented research effort examining vaccine safety and long-term health outcomes in American children. We are putting some of the largest health data sets in the country to work, including CDC's Vaccine Safety Data Link, FDA's BEST systems, and other major federal and private health data sources. all factors that they examine. Dr. Bonacharo will discuss that work in greater detail. Next month, RTY is preparing a major new initiative focused on foundational causes and biology of autism and on better diagnostics, treatments, technologies, and tools for people with autism and their families. We will examine every biologically plausible hypothesis and leave no legitimate scientific question unexplored. Mr. President, you have told us that you want answers, so do I. We have just over 2 years to finish the work, and I know you're impatient, and we are moving with urgency as that deadline demands. We will bring you actions and findings as soon as they are ready. We will not wait for the 90-day period, and within 90 days, as you have directed, we will deliver the full response required by this executive order. Our task force on safer childhood vaccines was established by Congress in 1986.
Dude, it is so hard listening to this guy. Holy.
Last year, after nearly 3 decades, this administration reinstated it as required by the statute, and yet it was discontinued. And you restored that congressional mandate. The task force is already working to expand vaccine options and examine the timing and sequencing of childhood vaccine strength and safety, advance research into alternative adjuvants, and continuously evaluate risks and benefits using American and international methods. Taken together, this is what gold standard science means. No predetermined answers, no institutional taboos, no sacred cows, no hiding uncertainty. Test the hypothesis, examine the data, replicate the results, tell the public what we find, and be honest. This is the standard you have set for this administration. It's this standard I intend to enforce at HHS, Mr. President. You asked us to get this done, and we are getting it done. And we will keep working with urgency until American parents can have confidence in the medical advice that their government gives them is worthy of their trust. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Bobby. And Jay, please.
Today is a historic day for public health in this country. The executive order recognizes the plight of millions of parents across the country with autistic children. Autism is a very complicated condition with very heterogeneous, ranging from relatively mild symptoms where kids are full functioning to devastating conditions that fundamentally alters their lives and the lives of their families. I've heard from Secretary Kennedy and from the President their passion for the plight of these families, to see how we can help them understand the condition, to help prevent those conditions from happening in the first place. And what this executive order does is it orders us at HHS to take this extremely seriously, as we have been for the last year and a half and more of the presidency. At the NIH, what we've done is we have established the Autism Data Science Initiative, which started almost a year, actually more than a year ago, where we funded a dozen and more major research teams to answer the question of what is the cause of autism. It's a complicated biological phenomenon. It's not going to be a simple answer. It will have, as the Secretary said, potentially genetic predisposition, but that cannot possibly explain why we've seen such a large rise in autism. There must be some other environmental factors involved, and that's the basis for thinking that's driving these dozen and more research teams that are looking at this. The science takes time. It's very frustrating, and I know I felt that frustration myself. As a scientist, you don't get answers immediately, but the teams have been working assiduously for a year. And the main thing I want to emphasize that we've already accomplished in that year is we've changed how people and the scientific community thinks about autism. You've given them permission to ask the question that would otherwise have been difficult to answer out of if you come to an answer that links autism to some other politically correct things, and you all of a sudden have this link. As a scientist, you fear your career is going to be over. What we've done in this administration is we've given permission to scientists to honestly answer this question, to find the link for the first time. And with the change in the vaccine recommendations that the President has signed, what you have given is parents a choice, autonomy, a decision-making over how they want the vaccines given to their kids. I mean, I believe fundamentally that many vaccines are important. Like said, measles, for instance, the measles vaccine is important if we want to take control of the measles outbreak. But at the same time, we shouldn't be keeping kids out of school because they have made different decisions than other parents. Our European colleagues don't do that. A lot of the collapse in trust in public health has come because of these mandates that we've seen imposed during the Biden administration on the COVID vaccine and so many other things. What this does is it restores autonomy of families and parents to make good decisions for their kids. It allows and continues to emphasize the
U15's open here, 10 seconds.
and fundamentally restores a sort of healthy
Just slowly crawling our way up to our 800 target. This is where POC rests on NQ. Yes, POC already shifted down here at our 75s. It's just balance. Yep. Just play your edges until the edges invalidate.
on the last year and a half toward a more sane.
Just is what it is.
Sees healthy kids grow up without pressure, without undue influence, to make good decisions for their families and for their kids.
Thank you, Jay. Steve, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Because of your courage and leadership, Mr. President, millions of parents all over America today are breathing an enormous sigh of relief. I say this as the parent of young children myself. Millions and millions of parents feel they've been pressured when their children are just weeks out of the hospital to take 5 shots, 6 shots, 7 shots all at once. They're told it'll be normal. Your kid will have a fever of 103 for 3 or 4 days. Your kid will stop eating for a week. Your kid's going to change all their sleeping. Don't worry, it's totally fine. It's totally normal. Nobody has studied it. Nobody's looked at it. Nobody's thought about it. The pressure from the pharmaceutical industry and from aspects of the medical industry to pump your kids full of shots days after birth with no understanding of the long-term consequences has been a medical travesty. This is an issue, Mr. President, that you have been leading on for years, and of course the man to your left has been leading on this issue for years as well too. It's a really incredible moment to stand here today and finally see the concerns of parents around this country addressed. There's been so much heartache where parents have had healthy children with no issues. They know they've been pressured into doing things that they didn't want to do, and medical science has told them for years that their concerns are not valid. This order does 2 fundamental, incredibly important things. First is we get off of this ridiculous path of having our children get 70 to 90.
Let's see if we bid this like 78. This like 80 to 70 area on NQ. Or if this fails, I want Russell to find a low as well.
You're going to have immunological issues. You're going to have.
If we fail here, I would assume that we'd rotate back down to 765 if we don't hold this 80.
Into these packages. Why can't you split it into 5 visits and give this young body, if a parent wants to do a vaccine, 1 shot at a time? Why is it that in Japan you can get a separate measles shot, a separate mump shot, a separate rubella shot, but in America it has to all be packaged together? This is a courageous action, Mr. President. This is an action that ensures the dignity of patients, the dignity of parents. It restores choice. It says we're going to let the parent and the doctor make a sound medical decision. And I'll just say one more time, the fact that you have had the courage to push this forward, knowing the unfair criticisms from some in the establishment, and to give the chance for Bobby, who spent decades representing parents, to stand here today. It's such a profound moment. It's such a beautiful
See if ES can lead here.
lead to such incredible advances.
Popping our ceiling for that rotation to 86, hopefully.
And making sure that, yes, we can be
Good hold of our 80 level on NQ. We still have to get over 800s. Big ass seller up there.
patient choice.
But if we can flip it, we're in a good spot.
Accomplishes it. I'm so proud to be standing here today, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Steve. Thank you. Heidi?
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to be here today. It is a historic day and a historic action. Many people have asked the difference between this executive order and what you signed in December in a presidential memorandum and what you signed later on in May. Just want to quickly answer that question. In December, the presidential memorandum directed HHS to produce the scientific assessment that they did, and then they overhauled the vaccine schedule. Those actions have since been held up in court. And so right now, Americans don't have access to that information, and you are correcting that wrong today and saying, I am giving Americans this information directly so that they know what HHS found in the scientific assessment themselves. age 18. So you are saying, especially to states that are willing, take a look at this scientific assessment. These are the gold standard childhood vaccine recommendations, and you should put this into your state law so that when parents go to enroll their kids in school, they do not have to meet some of the requirements for the vaccines that are no longer recommended for all children. That brings us in line with European nations. And importantly, those nations do not have vaccine mandates for school. A lot of those nations maintain vaccination rates for measles above 90%. Denmark, Ireland, Spain, Portugal all have vaccination rates for measles above 90% without mandates for school. And so they do that through increased public trust and education and letting parents be informed and make those decisions. We are encouraging to adopt those decisions here today. We do still recommend the measles vaccine for all children, but we want parents to be informed about the timing and to have the option to separate them out. So, Mr. President, this is a historic action. We are going to be working directly with states so that we're not reliant on the court case to resolve. We are doing it right away so that parents get the benefit from state laws changing.
Great,
Thank you,
thank you
Mr.
very
President.
much. When you hear that number, where it was 1 in 10,000 20 years ago, and now it's 1 in 30, or in California 1 in 18, it's something happened in the meantime. Something happened environmentally or otherwise, but it's not just happenstance. Something went wrong. Some bad things were recommended. Think of it. So you have 1 in 10,000, and now it's 1 in 30. California 1 in 18. And we got to get to the bottom of it. Please.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm a mom, first and foremost. I have a 3.5-year-old, and I have another one on the way. And Mr. President, we are so thankful for all the work you've done in this country with the vaccines, the food system. Thank you as well, Secretary Kennedy. I believe health is the #1 issue in this country. If you don't have health and we don't have a healthy country, we don't have anything at all. And no parent should feel the pressure of immediately their child is born and a bunch of vaccines are pressured and pushed upon them. This is about freedom at the end of the day. This is what this country was built on, freedom for parents to make the decisions that best suit their kid. And I'm not anti-vaccine at all, I'm pro-vaccine, but we want to be able to have the freedom to space it out and to choose which one works for our child. We don't believe that there's a one-size-fits-all solution for every child. So we're so thankful for everything that you're doing, Mr. President. It's just extraordinary.
Like the polio vaccine, it's amazing. Other vaccines, amazing. But some, there's questions about. We're going to figure it out. And I think we'll, the expression is we have really no choice. And nothing bad can happen from what we're doing. Nothing bad can happen. It's possible it doesn't work. I don't think that's much of a possibility. We're going to learn a lot. And we could get, if we could go back 20 years, 25 years, something happened in between that would lead us to the kind of numbers that we're seeing. So, could I have that and I'll sign it?
Yes, sir.
Very happy to sign it.
This is your executive order on establishing gold standard vaccine recommendations, sir. As previous speakers have indicated, this is going to establish essentially a new vaccine schedule that is fully informed by the research and data that we have from HHS and NIH and other aspects of the government. It also takes a very hard line on some of the more paternalistic issues that we've been talking about here, sir, in terms of infringing on parents' religious liberty or really just parents' ability to make decisions for their children. So as Heidi said, this is a very big deal. We're not waiting for anyone else to take action, as you do so often, sir. We're just going ahead and doing the right thing based on all of the best available research to ensure that America's parents and children are being as best protected by the federal government as they can be.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's a big one in my book. Any questions, folks?
Mr. President, in addition to this big announcement,
Question time on the news with Trump. We're talking Iran. We'll see what we'll do. Holding 80 so far on NQ, pushing back up the highs. Somewhat absorbing here into 90.
are you still, are massive escalation, is that still on the table?
Well, we have that, certainly that ability if we want to do that. Yeah, we'll find out.
You said you're low key
they asked for reparations, you might say, or they asked for money for the damage that we've done. I said, that's a good idea. Well, we're going to ask for money for the damage they've done over a 50-year period. Whether you go SS Cole or whether you go all of the people that were so badly hurt, so badly wounded or killed, many thousands of people, and maybe damages for the 52,000 protesters over the last 4 months that were killed in Iran. We think their family should get damages for killing their person or their child or mother, father that were protesting. It's at least, it was 52,000 a month and a half ago. So now what is it? So if there's damages to be paid, I think Iran should pay those damages.
Mr. President, are you frustrated with Senate Republicans and Leader Thune for going home for recess without passing the Save America Act?
Well, I think they should pass voter ID. I think they should pass proof of citizenship. Basically, Save America, Save America Act. I think that should be something that we should absolutely get. Yeah.
Mr. President, you're a proud father. Would you have vaccinated your children differently based on recommendations?
Well, I did. I took my children for 5 different vaccinations. In other words, I broke it up. The one visit where they just pump, what seemingly looks like gallons, where they pump so much in. I took all of my children from day one. I believed in this a long time ago. I took them with my wife. I took them through 5 different.
He sounds so tired, man. Holy.
Essentially, they get 20% each, and I had no problem. So it's inconvenient. It's 5 stops, but it's something that I think will have a huge impact on autism. Yeah.
Mr. President, you mentioned,
Yeah, ma'am, go.
The anti-weaponization fund, do you think it's still alive at this point, and are there any options that you're looking at to perhaps?
Well, that'll be up to Todd Blanche, who's our new, and who will be, I think, a great Attorney General. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Why does the establishment media so often seem to be against even asking questions about vaccines?
It's amazing. When you come up with a recommendation for a vaccine, it could be the medical groups, the pharmaceutical groups, I don't know, but it is amazing. There's nothing that we lose with this. If the worst thing that would happen would be nothing happens. We're not going to lose anything. At the same time, we could gain tremendous. We could save hundreds of thousands of lives, millions of lives. And I wish we could have done it a long time ago. We got stopped by court. We had a court, I guess, in Massachusetts that stopped us very early on. I believed in this for a long time, so now we're getting it done. And I think you're going to see potentially tremendous results. Yeah, Dan?
President, a topic on manufacturing. By Bureau of Labor Statistics put out some information last week saying that U.S. manufacturing
Record manufacturing.
4.6% increased in the first quarter of 2026. The Supply Management Institute PMI shows that manufacturing has expanded for 7 consecutive months. We've talked about the American manufacturing renaissance for about 10 years at this point. Given all the statistics and the investment that comes into it,
So we're doing record increases in the United States in manufacturing. A lot of that has to do with the tariffs because companies are coming in, they're not able to sell their product unless they come in because they have no tariff if they build their product, whether it's a car or something else. If they make it in the United States, there is no tariff. So they're coming in. We have a record number of factories under construction, factories, plants, things as such. Toyota just announced that they're building the largest car plant. They make cars plant in the world, anywhere in the world. They're leaving Mexico and they're coming to the United States. Many car plants, AI, other, they're opening. I will say that they're leaving Canada, they're leaving Mexico, they're leaving Germany, they're leaving Japan, they're leaving South Korea. They're coming into the United States because they don't want to pay a 25% tariff on a car, and they don't have to pay a tariff if they make it here. So we have the largest number of plants ever being built in the United States right now. Hard to believe, right? Because if you listen to some of our past projects, we'd never be a manufacturing country again. And these plants are going to start opening up in about 6 months. And I can only say that the next president will get a lot of credit for what I've done. Please remember it was me, not them.
Mr. President, I think I heard you say that the MMR vaccine,
Yeah.
measles, mumps, and rubella, is quite lethal. Is there any evidence of
is that there are some people that say it is that way. And I say, well, let's say there's a 5% chance of it. Let's split it up. Let's split it up. Because they do say that given individual, MMR, that given individual, there is no impact. In fact, they've said how safe it seems to be. But I've heard when you put them together, they can be explosive. Yeah.
Mr. President, have you spoken with the new Attorney General or
New 15s. Opening below POC of previous candle on both ES and NQ off of our rotation at our ceiling. Coming back down to our POC here on ES at 75s. Watching to see if we can find a bid. Russell needs to find a low for that to play.
Well, the Biden administration
Into our LVN here on NQ.
will be just one way. But
Watching the 70 to 80, seeing if we can find a bid for rotations up or if we're doing a full rotation back down. As ES comes into our 74, 72, and RTY tries to find a low here.
so many of the open
It's got to find a bid if we're going to do anything with this reaction or LVN here on NQ.
disaster, the highest inflation.
Again, failure to establish here will result in, I would assume, a full rotation back down.
Unbundling the shots into more visits means more co-pays for families. What's your recommendation for families that can't afford to keep paying for those visits?
Well, we're going to be working with them. We're going to work with the families, and we're going to make sure everything works out cost-wise very well. Yeah, please.
Thanks, Mr. President. What recommendations do you have for Republicans, heading into midterms right now? And are Democrats, with the candidates they're putting forward, maybe likely to?
Well, the one thing is we have jihadists being elected all over the place. We have this, whether it's communism, jihadism. It's a lot of a friend of mine called up and said, really, you should use the word jihadist because that's what's happening. And I'm not sure that anybody, if you take a look at what happens in other countries, I think that's not going to be necessarily the way we want to live. But when you look at the radicalism and the craziness of the candidates and the stupidity of what they're suggesting, let's get rid of the Supreme Court, let's get rid of the presidency, let's get rid of the Senate. They want to get rid sometimes I'd like to get rid of the Senate too. But I don't say it, and I wouldn't do it. But, they want to get rid of the Senate. They want to get rid of, ideally, the House, but they're thinking about maybe keeping the House. Isn't that nice? These are people that have been not successful. They're people that have been, in many cases, failures. They come from other failed countries, and they come here and they tell us how to run our country. They come from places like, I won't mention because I don't want to get myself into a controversy, but they come from countries that are not great. They come from, let's say, as an example, Somalia. They come in and then they tell us how our Constitution, how our Declaration of Independence, how it works. It doesn't work that way, and they're not smart. They have no aptitude. They have nothing going, and they're telling us how to run our country. And I just don't think it's going to happen. I think that they start off, now I may be wrong, but they start off with a big disadvantage. People don't want to have radical lunatics involved in running our country, and that's what we have. We have people that are saying things that are so great. Now they're denying it, or they say, well, I've changed my mind. They want to defund our police. They want to terminate our military. No military. We don't want any military in our country. We don't want our police to be paid anymore. They want our police down to like almost nothing. It's like, doesn't make sense, right?
Mr. President, going back to the subject of Iran, sir, you give us an estimate when you think the Supreme Court will
Well, it's open now. We're taking a lot of shit. It's open now. Look, the only one that has control of the Strait of Hormuz right now is the United States Navy. We have a blockade that's been infallible. It's a steel wall. And we let people in that we want to let in, and those people come in. And they've been coming in and they're going out. So it's actually open now. We do not let them go into Iran. They're not admitted into the Strait to go to Iran. But it's open for others. Now, a little bit complex because they will, on occasion, drop a mine, and we find the mines. We've mine swept the entire strait, as you probably maybe heard, maybe you didn't hear. But we control the strait 100%. Now, can they make trouble? Yeah, they can make trouble. But they're broke. They have no money. Iran is broke, totally broke. And they're not paying their soldiers. they have inflation of 300% as of last night. I heard 309%. So we'll see what happens, but they've been bad for, they say 47, it's actually 50 now. 47, they've been saying it for 3 years. But for 50 years, they've been the bully of the Middle East. What they've done is terrible. They've killed hundreds of thousands of people. They've killed people, they've wounded and maimed people with the legs, the arms, you know, with the roadside bomb is their bomb. They're very proud of it. And now they're paying a price. Thank you very much, everybody. No, actually, the Wall Street Journal had a wrong story. He said I spoke to him. No, I have tremendous respect for Kevin Warsh. I've only spoken to him one time briefly a few days ago. Just a conversation. Look, he's going to do it. He's going to run it. I know what he'd like to do, but he has to run it. He's got a board. It's not only him. If it was up to him, it would be different. But he's got a board. But I've only, you know, they said I speak to him all the time. I've spoken to him one time since his assumption, since he took over. And great conversation, but he's a great guy. He's my pick. And I'm going with him 100%. But they made it sound like I live and breathe. You know, I speak to Kevin all the time, every time. I spoke to him one time. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you. Any response to Netanyahu tragedy in Moscow?
Well, I put it out today on Truth. I do. I have a response. I put it out today on Truth.
Thank you.
Good response. The relationship is very good. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Brad.
All right, Trump's done. We're holding our 70 to 80 node, but this is just garbage, man. Why am I here so late? Well, I've been just coding this entire time, so it hasn't really been super annoying for me. Usually I have something to do in the afternoon, but I didn't today. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not... I just like basically occasionally look up and see we're in the same spot and then go back to doing what I was doing.
Can't you see what love and romance have done to me? I'm not the same. Can't you see what love and romance have done to me? I'm not the same.
What? Just like drunk people or what? That poor, like, bride, man. I'm sure she's, like... like the worst day of her life from the best day of her life. Jesus. New 15s here, opening soon, 20 seconds. All right, what a wick into our lows there from our failure. See what happens as we rotate back down to our value edge here from another failure at POC on NQ, Russell into our highs, ES coming back down to our value edge as well into 71. This is a big test here for NQ as we push down into 50s. We'll see if we find a bid here into 40 to 50. This is our big test, 40 to 50. See if we flip or if it holds. We did the full rotation on NQ from our highs to our lows. We need to see a successful shift below if we're going to do anything new. I'd like to see us flip this as well here on ES. Big pivot. We want to hold, this is resistance here into 75s. Get below this and then ideally head down to like 760 would be what we're watching for. If we can see this resistance flip. Sorry, this support's flip to resistance. NQ bidding our 735, 740 again. It's just our pivot. It's still the pivot. Need to very clearly hold this on retest on both. We want to see this 50 to 60 kind of hold and then rotate below our 40s for continuation down on NQ with ES maintaining into our 75s, I think. MOC is 1.3 bill to sell side. Watching our reoffer. It's a huge buyer that got taken in on Russell into 26s. And I think we're just looking for a lower offer. ES, very clear absorption into our 75 to 73. If we can hold that, we're in a really good position for another leg down. If it fails to sustain there, I think it's just going to rotate back up to VWAP again off of another failure. So you really want to see them try to defend and sweep this. defending so far. Bid really trying, Russell diverging. See if it can lead down, or if it's going to find that low and then everything pops together on the flip of 75s. I'm not sure. They're so far taking into our 75 to 73 on ES. We want to continue to see that, and then we want them to step below 70s with a sweep. That's the only thing that I see. It's basically POC becoming resistance on ES from a flip to the other side. And then us then failing to sustain our value low here. That's the only way we get something new. It's insane how sticky this level is. Holy. Into our 75 absorption again, no change. Offer still stuck there. Bid trying hit 72s now, trapping that guy at 71. No look below 70s for the continuation trade on ES as of yet. Russell POC just shifted down here. Yeah. Again, got to get below 70s for anything real. Bid trying to step up now into our 75s again. It's continuing to be absorbed. No change. They're trying to trap now. Sell side trapped into 73s on that look. Bid trying to step up for that full rotation back up. And another rotation. Too sticky. No ability to push below. back to your view up and your ceiling here. It'll try to defend 75s. If it holds, then it can pop 80. If 80s, sorry, if 75s fail here on retest, then you've just trapped into highs, and then it's anyone's game. They would need to hold the mid here, where we saw that absorption. It's the only way that I would value any sort of new move. What a shit day. These are your levels for tomorrow. There you go. Unless something crazy shifts, I doubt it would, but pretty clear that our areas of interest are just going to be the look below value of yesterday and then today's value high, right? So these are the new levels that I would be posting at like 2 a.m. I doubt they'll change unless I do something drastic to the code. All right. Well, today was boring. I will see you all tomorrow. Nothing changed, levels wise. Like again, we are in balance. We closed at the exact same value high as Friday, right? It is the exact same area of interest. So until we shift out of here, we are balanced. There is no change. Just in a multi-day balance, right? After our big push up, we're now just building out this area, which is not a bad thing, but it does make for some pretty awful price action during the day. Unless you're going to trade like first hour and a half only, and then that's really all you get unless we're already in a trending market, or we're just going to like chop. Yeah. All right. Peace.